You can cope as much as you want. You and I both know that fucking cock-sucking airburst cluster bomb. I knew this would happen. Yet again. What do you mean you knew? If you were following my orders, this wouldn't be a problem. You should be ignoring it. Okay? You shouldn't be pandering to it. You shouldn't be catering to it.
Nothing. I'm gonna drop my phone now. What the fuck I did. I don't know. The question you had is why does that thing know he's from Ohio? She said, I put it over. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's all the fucking. No, always. I love when you change angles because it makes me just want to put that on. Oh my god. I can't look like that way everybody knows how angry I am.
days on which I squat are great.
Look, there's a road. I'm gonna look at my road. Familiar. Surprise. McDonald's boy. I'm like, oh. Julia. Solana. Rolling out. My letter.
I miss when WoW was just a game. I miss when WoW was like a good game, and I played it a lot.
I miss when World of Warcraft was just a game to me. In fact, I missed when most games were just games. I was reminded of this last night while playing Quest 64, an old Nintendo 64 game. There's barely any direction, there's no objectives, and there's a ton of rooms and corridors and hallways that just lead nowhere. It annoyed me at first. I would say stuff like, why would the developers put that there if it has no purpose? Or I'd say something like, that's bad game design. But then I did some reflection. There was a day before good game design, when games weren't designed to keep you engaged, or keep your dopamine levels high, or give you constant breadcrumb rewards.
This isn't true. For example, Mortal Kombat 2 was explicitly designed for the characters to effectively aimbot you in the arcades because it would result in the higher amount of money, and the dopamine reward structure was like being min-maxed even then. So this is not true. Anyway.
There was a day when they were just games, to play without purpose just for fun, almost like playing pretend when you were a kid. So why did the developers put that empty hallway there? Well, because someone may just want to explore around for fun.
Yeah.
How about that? Playing a game for the fun of it. I used to feel the same way about World of Warcraft.
This is a very good point he's bringing up. Even though the arcade point isn't very good, his overall perspective is, and I completely agree with him. A lot of video games now, people focus too much on trying to finish the game rather than play the game. And I think that the process of that has made games worse. I think that the reasons for it are primarily because people have more games now, so there's a lot more competition for your time and attention. And then the other big reason for it is like YouTube and video guides and streaming that collectively increases the player's knowledge of playing games. So doing what's the meta in a game now is like the norm, rather than back in the day, that wasn't the norm.
Nowadays, I care about item levels, I care about rating, I care about new content and the best talent builds and the top classes and the top specs and the next patch and the buffs and the nerfs. And
well, another reason why you care about that is because you're playing retail WoW, and if you don't care about it, you're going to die, and people won't want to play with you because the raids are really hard. So a lot of older games, like you have some games that were really hard, but a lot of older games are actually pretty easy. And the reason why they're pretty easy is that they don't need to be min-maxed.
Blizzard seems to have adapted to this style of thinking, making every new zone and raid high octane and high priority in the storyline. There's no time anymore to just relax and play.
Yeah.
But it wasn't always like this. When I first started playing World of Warcraft in 2006, I was a dwarf warrior and I had no clue what I was doing. But I didn't know.
I think this is also a bad argument. The reason why I think this is a bad argument is because if you look at the way that Classic WoW in 2019 was approached, and also if you look at the way that Season of Discovery was approached, both of those different games were approached completely from the perspective of min-maxing. So if you look at your experience playing the game in like 2006, that's not going to be accurate whenever you're judging it versus the game's quality nowadays. I think this is a completely community and player-based driven issue. And obviously, game design does make it easier to do. But at the end of the day, you know, you can never step into the same river twice. And I think that's really what happened here, more than anything. That's not his point. That is completely his point.
One thing.
Let me listen.
But it wasn't always like this. When I first started playing World of Warcraft in 2006, I was a dwarf warrior and I had no clue.
Yeah, this is just like, all I'm saying is like, this is like another nostalgia thing where it's like, yeah, of course that's the way you're going to feel because you were a kid then and the world was totally different. Like, of course.
I was doing, but I didn't know one thing. I loved being engrossed in the world. I would go into every building in Ironforge just to look around and think how cool it might be to just hang out here with friends and talk. Not questing, not leveling, not gearing, just hanging out in a cool secluded place in Ironforge talking about life. Same thing for this random building in Orgrimmar.
I remember back whenever my friends were doing that. I was out there in Arathi Highlands and I was fucking grinding. I was grinding every day. Bro, I was getting down to 20% health, having to eat after every single cat that I killed. And I was out there leveling the entire time. And you know what that came to? I got 60 in vanilla, and I got my epic mount, and most of my friends never even hit 60. So yeah, I was always a fucking no-lifer and like a min-maxer, even back then. It was just harder to do, so you didn't have as much resources for it.
I barely made it to level 20 on that first character, but I probably explored most of the entire world map, and I can still remember the awe I felt when I accidentally
But it had more fun
stumbled
in the
into the
game?
burning
I loved
steps
it.
by
I
walking
had so much
through the
fun.
broken gate in the north of Red Ridge Mountains.
It was
and
all worth
suddenly
it.
I arrived in fire and brimstone. Seeing the blackened, smoky sky and the lava pouring from the mountains was amazing, and seeing the creatures and dragons that roamed the land made me excited to eventually come back and quest here, which I never did. Oops. But I do still remember that feeling, the wonder and the awe at every zone and every turn. And now I'm so familiar with every zone that I gotta admit I'm pretty killer at WoW GeoGuessr. So that begs the question, is this just a nostalgia thing? And I don't think so, as Classic WoW and Season of Discovery in particular still have their moments of invoking wonder in me more so than modern WoW. And I think
It's both. I think he does bring up a good point, and if you look at the way that original Classic WoW zones are designed, and I think Dragonflight kind of went a little bit back to this, which was a good thing, is that I think Legion was the pinnacle of it being the opposite, where a lot of areas in Classic WoW don't really need to exist, and they're just there for creating a sense of perspective in the game and making the game feel like a world. And if you compare that to like Legion or BFA, where every single object in every single area in the game has 6 different quests and 2 different collectibles associated with it, it feels like the entire game is more of a theme park, and you're not really playing a authentic, organic game, and you're not really in a world.
comes down to is the idea of a game being just that.
It's very
a
cramped,
game.
yes.
The process of not needing to follow an ideology of good game design, or retention practices, or meaningful progression system.
You're on my street now. That kid's that's enough coins! You have 40. I could 40. Such a piece of Fuck, would you give her the fucking help? Why? Because she's new to the nonsense. Look, you're so sweaty. Doesn't play in a while. Maybe these fucking Mario Party collabs like once a week. Maybe milk needs a refresher.
Systems or balance.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that everybody cares about that, and I think they did even in Classic WoW. The idea that Classic WoW didn't have any of those focuses is crazy. If you listen to even the developers or the designers talk about Classic WoW, like John Statz or Kevin Jordan, like they said that they designed it with a lot of those things in mind. It's just that the philosophies and the psychology that they used was less obvious because they were better game designers. That's really the difference. I think this is the same thing as, like, remember what we were talking about with, like, good CGI? Where, like, you don't notice good CGI because it's supposed to be invisible. Well, I don't think you notice good game design because it's also supposed to be invisible.
Many empty buildings in each capital city, I feel the echoes of players and guilds that came before and probably hung out within their walls chatting in-game rather than using something like Discord to do voice chat. And even beyond...
But that's just, again, like, that is something that is a product of its time. Like, the reason why people didn't use Discord in 2006 is because Discord didn't exist. If we had Discord in 2006, everybody would have been using Discord back then.
In the capital cities, there are empty vistas in areas of the game that some may consider useless or poorly designed that were really just there to add flavor for those who wanted it. And even endgame raids in Classic WoW like Molten Core didn't feel as immediately pressing to complete as soon as you could. I mean, there wasn't always a world-ending catastrophe just on the other side if you didn't hurry up and progress through the raid.
Yeah.
In modern WoW, there is a greater emphasis on the critical path and on progression for the sake of story, and in a sense, I get it. You have to keep the players in...
This is a good point that he's making. I agree with this. I think that right now, like, retail WoW forces you too much towards the end game, and it's too much of a forced experience.
You have to keep the stakeholders happy, and you need to constantly have high stakes. Unfortunately, Blizzard already crossed the border of highest stakes of all time with the Shadowlands expansion and the universe-ending Jailer. I mean, how can you create another engaging story without putting the universe at stake again? But that's just the point for me. I don't want another universe-ending, world-ending, or even continent-ending storyline.
People say this, but I don't think that it's entirely true. And a good example of it is Dragonflight. A lot of the Dragonflight storylines aren't of the same scope and scale that previous expansions were, and I don't think people like those either. After thinking back on the games, and like, for example, other similar games like Lost Ark or like Final Fantasy XIV, I think the real problem is that these stories just simply aren't told well. Like, for example, at the end of Legion, whenever we literally imprison a god who is larger than an entire world that stabs a gigantic sword, intergalactic sword, into the planet before he gets sucked into a pantheon with his other gods, that was fucking awesome. That was insanely cool. And it was also really cool to have something small like Edwin Van Cleef and the Defias Brotherhood. So I don't think that it's the scale of the story that's bad. It's the way that it's told.
I want a lived-in world with smaller, more meaningful bite-sized stories that are fun to explore. I don't want a fresh new continent where it feels like nobody's ever been there before. I want to feel as if I'm part of the world again, not the champion of Azeroth. I want to walk around.
That's a good point, and I actually really don't like the Champion of Azeroth stuff either. I also don't think that this kills the story because Final Fantasy proves that it doesn't. But I think that it creates an RP for your character. I think a lot of people play role-playing games and they do RP, but they're not RPing 10 out of 10. It's not like I am, you know, like fucking Orc Slayer and, you know, I come from Duratar. It's more like I'm kind of going to act a little bit different whenever I play this game, and there's a degree of escapism that I go into whenever I play the game. And I think that's really what happens with a lot of people. And I think that every time that the game defines your character's actions and tells you what your character is, it directly contradicts what a person's own headcanon is for their own design and for their own character.
Explore the corners of each zone and building.
Like, for example, you can't just be a, what do you call it? You can't just be a vagrant whenever every single NPC refers to you as champion. You see what I'm saying?
Of Azeroth. I want to walk around and explore the corners of each zone and building, not for a reward or a secret, but for the fun of it. But the gaming landscape has changed. We don't need to talk using in-game chat anymore.
True.
Discord has a great interface, a bunch of communities, and it's easier than ever to voice chat with your friends. Back in the day, having a TeamSpeak or Vent server was a big deal, and having good enough internet...
And there's another component to this too, is that one of the reasons why people use secondary chat services is because they don't want to get banned. Like, if I say fuck or something like that or shit in Warcraft, I can get banned in the game for that. Well, why would I want to use that chat service? Like, think about it from like just a simple service. In Warcraft, I can get banned in the game for that. Well, why would I want to use that chat service? Like, think about it from like just a simple service perspective. Why would I want to use a service that if I say something like this, I get banned? No shit. Well, like, what I'm saying is that logically, then wouldn't you want to use another service that you don't risk your account to use? Of course you would. Any logical person would. God damn, holy sh**. What the f? Oh my, 236,000 recent reviews. Oh my fuck, that is insane. Democracy at its finest. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Look at this. I refunded my game as well. Didn't leave a review though. Let me see how the reviews are doing. So yeah, the Helldivers 2 situation, I guess, is it's still getting worse. Overwhelmingly, only 15% of the last 236,000 reviews are positive. So, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad, guys. It's like a 30,000 to 200,000 ratio. It's a bad ratio, by the way. And, so, yeah, all reviews are mixed. And so, it's actually now below half are positive at this point with Helldivers 2. So, they have effectively undone... I don't know how long this game has been out for. What, February? They've undone months worth of goodwill and memes in a matter of days. That is incredible, man. Like, you don't see fuck-ups like this every day. Like, this is the kind of fuck-up that we're going to be talking about in 5 or 10 years, right? Do you remember whenever Helldivers did that one thing that was really bad? And people were like, whoa, man, we remember that was bad. That was real bad. So it's going to be a new, this is going to be a new point on the graph that people use and refer back to, right? Remember back, like, this is going to be, like, what are some other, like, really big fuck-ups? Like, whenever Blizzard made people use their real names on the forums, Xbox requiring the webcam to always be connected to the internet, Diablo 4 stash tabs, maybe, Unity, Cyberpunk... Like, I mean, this is really, like, this is crazy how bad this is. I don't think we respect how much of a fuck-up this is. It's crazy. Overwhelmingly negative reviews. Oh, there's my review. Looks like a lot of people like that one. That's nice. I hope that people agree. The truth is that a lot of people, I think, are fucking tired of this. I was so busy having fun, I forgot about corporate greed for a moment. Yeah, there you go. Check the Arrowhead CEO tweets. I'm going to look at it, okay, guys? We've got a lot of time, and we're going to go through everything today, and so that's going to be the plan. Well, I don't even have an account or anything. That's crazy. Yeah, I have 101 things. Damn. To be honest, your review made me and a lot of other people do it. You're very, very rude. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought that my review was as fair as it could have been, right? At least I think so. Are we striking this game? Yeah, I would say you should. I would say you should give a negative review. If you agree, obviously, like, don't just, if you don't care about this, don't just be like, oh, well, Asmon told me to give a negative review. But if this is something you care about and you agree with what I'm saying, then yeah, I think the best way to protest it is to give a negative review. It goes up way more. Like, look at this, for example. You see, like, this graph, see how Sunday was so much higher? That's because that's the days that they have off of work, right? Because they're old enough to have, like, you know, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday salary jobs at this point. And so Saturday and Sunday not being higher, bro, that means a lot more than you think it does. And so whenever we go to Monday and Tuesday next week, I bet it's going to be way fucking lower than it is right here. That's what I think is going to happen. And you can even compare it to the way it was right here. So yeah, that's what I think. Anyway, so the player base has gone down, but it's not enough yet. I'm still only extrapolating. It's not enough to prove a causal effect, right? Let's see here. Go back to there. Okay. Accidentally clicked the wrong button. And I think, yeah, this is pretty much. Hopefully, I go through all of them. I might miss a couple, but you guys can just let me know. And so, yes. Anyway, so we have the CEO. He wakes up, I guess today. Woke up at 4 in the morning. And I think this really says a lot, right? Where does this guy live? Is he in America? No, he's in Sweden? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I was thinking if he was in America, bro, he's waking up at 4 a.m. I was about to say, oh, fuck. He was too down bad. But, okay, yeah, that's not so bad then. I was about to say... okay, so waking up to the sunshine of yesterday replaced with the dreary drizzle and shivering winds made me reflect on how I spend my time, those rare few moments whenever everything's perfect. Yet rain is essential to growth, and what changes spring into summer, I will just wait for the sunshine to return. So what he's saying is, I sure hope this shit, I really hope this shit blows over. That is literally what he's saying. And I'm gonna be honest, if I was him, I would be thinking the exact same fucking thing. Like, let's be honest. He's saying fuck you. No, I don't think he is. I really don't. I think that he's doing his best. So yeah, anyway, I'll read some more of these. I mean, it's a stressful situation. So let's go back over to here. Oh, this is always very reassuring. Somebody asked, PlayStation Network isn't supported by my country. What do I do? The CEO of the company responds, I don't know. Fuck. I mean, what? What do you want me? Fucking yeah, what the hell? What is this? Jesus Christ. Yeah, at least he's honest. Yeah, he says, I don't know. Like, what the hell is this? Name the people behind this decision. He can't do that. So yeah, obviously, you know, he's doing a bit of falling on his sword. And why'd you delete the other post? I didn't proofread. Yeah, I do that a lot. Whenever it's like on the little circle of like submitting the tweet and I realize I used the wrong word. That happens to me. And so there's also another one. Sony's mishandling Helldivers 2. Shouldn't stop it from being Game of the Year. And then this is more of a conversation. Okay, yeah. All right. So this is a person who's saying, even worse, the CEO admitted that he knew for a long time about this and was still happy to take money from players who would not be able to play the game after a short while. I appreciate this honesty. It's still not less of a scam and a fraud. I don't think that's true, and I'm trying to think about why it wouldn't be true. So, they said this, but the only real argumentation that I think is strong enough to prove that it is a scam is the fact that Sony themselves said that it wouldn't require it. Because Sony should always overrule the developer because they are the publisher and they decide the way the game is distributed. So even if he did say that, I still don't think that he was scamming because, again, Sony has the final say and Sony were the ones who said that it wouldn't happen because it was on Sony's website. So anyway, this is, and I'll read below. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm just going off on you know, my own opinion. So this is referring to something else, right? Oh, I guess I'll read the whole thing just for all the context. Is this the moment to tweet? What? You guys don't have phones? On a more serious note, we're taking solutions with PlayStation, especially for non-PSN countries. Your voice has been heard, and I am doing everything I can to speak for the community, but I don't have the final say. Okay, so that, I think, definitely says a pretty good amount right there. And who the fuck is making these decisions? Sony, obviously. It's obviously Sony, isn't it? A lawyer said Sony might end up with a class action lawsuit against them. Yes, and I think that it would be justified. I do. Did you see the latest post from Grums? Yeah, I did. Let me get to that. Anyway, so think of all the Warhammer you're missing out on. Let's feel you need. Yeah, sure. Let's see here. Why are you acting blameless? So this is him responding to this. Feel you need. Yeah, sure. I do. Did you see the latest post from Grums? Yeah, I did. Let me get to that. Blameless in all of this. It was my decision to disable account linking at launch so that players could play the game. I did not ensure players were aware of the requirement, and we didn't talk about it enough. We knew about it 6 months before launch, that it would be mandatory for online PlayStation titles. Wait a second. I thought that there were PlayStation titles that you can get right now that don't require this. Because my understanding, it was only Ghosts of Tsushima and Helldivers 2 that actually did require this. Single player? That's what I'm thinking, right? Is there an example of a multiplayer, though? No. Shit. Okay. Anything online related is PSN account linked? Okay, so this is true. All right, I just want to make sure that I understood this because, you know, you see 2 exceptions and it's like, maybe there's 3. It seems like there's not. Okay, that's fine. At least that's a standard. And so, anyway, we knew about this for 6 months. Wait, you knew about it for 6 months, then why sell it to non-PlayStation countries? And then the CEO responds, we do not handle selling the game. This is accurate. This is completely accurate. Bullshit? No, it's not. Think about it. They make the game, and then they give the game to somebody else, and then the person sells the game. That's what a publisher does. That's like the definition. So, as somebody who has, I don't know, a little bit of experience now with this, this is accurate. The publisher is the one that handles a lot of this stuff. That's what makes sense. So yes, first Helldivers did not require this. It was a long time ago. And so things change. Anyway, so this is the same way with books. You can publish them yourself, but it's a bit cost effective. Well, I mean, so this is the reason why a lot of people don't self-publish. They don't self-publish because, there's localization that's really hard to do for like different languages. There's like relationships that need to be met. There's like different distribution channels that need to happen. It's a huge pain in the ass to do. Like, there's a reason why these companies are so big. It's because they have a huge amount of resources to do this for, right? Customer service, yes, exactly. Sometimes the customer service as well. So yes, is Arrowhead both a game studio and a publisher? I'm genuinely asking. Sony is the publisher. That's why any of this is happening. Exactly. Sony makes the decision of when and where it is sold. Generally, right? I mean, every single thing is going to be individual, but in a general sense, that is the case. Marketing budgets, that is also true. And investment capital is usually true. As far as I know, maybe sometimes it's not. So, yes. Anyway, so this was referred to. Let's go back to originally what I was saying. Sorry, we kind of got derailed here. And this is going to be a repost. That's not what I said. So somebody said that he was lying, right, basically. But let's go ahead and look at the clarification. That's not what I said. I said we were asked to make the mandatory account. We were asked to make the mandatory account linking. Wait. This English isn't making sense to me. I said we were asked to make mandatory account linking 6 months before. Wait, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense to me. Like, I'm sorry, but like I'm not understanding this. It makes sense, not to me. I.e., as the game was finishing up, and on launch day, it was mandatory, as detailed in the description in the Steam page, and it was disabled a couple of hours after launch because of server issues, which was my decision. Otherwise, the game would have been unplayable for everyone. Right? Okay, yeah, and he already talked about that before. We notified the community that we were suspending it temporarily, but we would reinstate it in the future. But yeah, working our asses off for 8 years, pouring blood, sweat, and tears, and worrying about if players will like our life's work is a good basis for a scam. Sorry for the rant. This is a lot. I appreciate your response. I wish to understand why you accepted money from customers from countries you knew were not able to play your game months down the line. So yeah, this is kind of like what the problem is that Sony informed them 6 months before launch to include the account linking. We were asked. There are just some sentences that just do not make logical sense to me. I don't know if this is some form of dyslexia, but whenever I read this, I don't really know what they're trying to say. I'm sorry. I'm assuming that's probably what it is, but it's just, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, transforming Swedish to English in his head? Yeah, no doubt. But I'm just expressing, like, it's hard. He's not stupid, right? I know he's Swedish. I'm just saying I don't understand it. But that's probably what the implication is. It's just that it's hard for me to understand that intuitively. So yeah, we can talk about that for 10 more minutes, but who gives a shit? Anyway, it's very clear that Sony told them that they had to do it, right? So... up to the publishers and stores, PSN restrictions are a PSN issue. I wouldn't know why. You can't make an account in different parts of the world. And so, while trying to distance yourself from the issue, I think it's best if you stop responding right now. I think that this is one of the big problems that a lot of things on the internet have, is that people that are very vitriolic and angry usually don't know anything about the situation or the industry at all. So whenever things are explained to them in a way that makes sense in the context of the way that the business is done, they get angry about it because it doesn't make sense to them, which is fair, right? I mean, again, keep in mind These people, in a lot of cases, are customers. It is not their responsibility to understand how the business works. But if you want to get aggro and you want to get mad about it, and you want to actually start addressing and approaching things from a business perspective, then you don't know what you're talking about whenever you're saying this. So yeah, the average person is retarded. End of story. Yes, that's a very good point. And so anyway, this is true with almost every publisher developer relationship. Publishers are the ones that basically deal with everything in regards to selling the game, and developers deal with everything in regards to making the game. That's generally how it works. But of course, there's going to be some push and pull there, as with anything, right? And so you see that, and let's go back over here. There's too many dumb fucks out there. Yeah. From the people, for the people, but the people aren't. Yeah, exactly. Not anymore, but right? Yeah, sure. I mean, that's not always the case, but it usually is, at least from what I understand. And so don't handle solving game. Okay, good. And let's go back. We'll read a few more of these. I just closed down the LFG's website after stress out. Oh, that was something I already read. Okay, make sure I get the rest of these. And do have the part to play. I read that one too. I read this one. Okay, I think I got through everything. So, did I miss any other important posts, or is that it? We'll see if Sony wants to comply. Yeah. Do I need a PSN account to play PlayStation games on PC? No, you do not need a PSN account to enjoy PlayStation Studio games on PC, but you will need a Steam account to redeem your voucher code. Some of our PlayStation Studio titles also offer incentives. No, this isn't true. Give me the link. I don't believe it. I want to see it. I want to see it myself. No games actually have the requirement at the moment to link a PSN other than Helldivers, but Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut will also have a requirement whenever it's released. Without Palstet disabling the mandatory linking hours after launch, everyone who couldn't create a PSN account would have refunded, so in a way this is 100% his fault, not Sony's. Well, I mean, it's like, and this is generally what happens, right? Where I think that you're right about that, and in a way, but at the same time, maybe they wouldn't have refunded, and I think that he did that in order to remove the server capacity. The truth is, and this is something that's very important to keep in mind, is that the people that are making these games are not wizards. This isn't Merlin, this isn't Gandalf, this isn't fucking Dumbledore that's got his, fucking Gandalf with the Palantir, like, looking into the future, seeing what's gonna happen. Like, these are just guys that make video games, and they fucked up. Like, they obviously fucked up, but I don't think that that fuck up is something that was, what do you call it? That was intentional. Does that make sense? Okay, so we've got this one right here. No malicious intent. Yes, there's no malicious intent, I don't believe.
At the same time as playing World of Warcraft was an even bigger deal. Stereotypically nowadays, gamers are painted as these nitro-fueled, energy-drink-chugging, RGB lighting enthralled adult children. And to pander to that stereotype, we need flashy games that pack a punch and better pack one quick before your captive audience chooses one of a million other games promising the same thing. But there's another catch. They're all promising the same thing. How awesome would it be to finally have a World of Warcraft expansion or experience with a slower pace, a chiller vibe, and some good old fun exploration? And no, I'm not talking about the cozy game genre, which, side note, it's probably growing fast because more people are wanting that type of vibe, but I don't want WoW to be a farming sim or an idle game. I would want the upcoming WoW expansions to feel like classic WoW and Season of Discovery in their pacing. Slowed down, less high stakes, less flashy lights, less progression systems, with more corners to explore, whether they're empty or not.
I think that they did that with Dragonflight. Am I crazy to think that that was kind of what the goal was with Dragonflight? From like a story perspective, Dragonflight wasn't really compelling to me at all. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it really wasn't. It was kind of boring. But I don't think that it wasn't... It's not because of the scale of the story. It's about the way the story's told. And, like, the characters, I didn't give a shit about the characters. It was just lame.
I don't have a proposed solution, and I'm not saying by any means I hate World of Warcraft now or that I'm quitting retail. No, none of that. I just wanted to throw my hat and my feelings into the ring, and I'm sure some of you out there would feel the same. I still like to just sit on the cliffs of Thunderbluff and look out on Mulgore. I still like to hear the music of Elwyn Forest and Stormwind as I'm strolling through. and sometimes, even as a heroic raider in Dragonflight, I still like to RP walk. And I hope that I'm not alone in saying I miss when games were games and we would play just for fun. Thanks for watching, and take care.
So there's a lot to unpack here, and I think that he brings up a lot of good points, but I think that a lot of the other points that he's talking about are things that are self-imposed and self-created. So, for example, I miss whenever games were games. There's nothing that's stopping you from going to an RP server and joining an RP guild that struggles on normal mode. You don't want to do that because those people are bad at the game and they're going to waste your time. So really, it's about playing with people that you have the same goals as and that have the same way of looking at things. So, for example, I talked about this a lot with Dragon's Dogma 1, where I only really began to truly enjoy the game whenever I was no longer trying to finish the game as fast as possible for, like, stream content, and I could just sit back and take in the story and go explore different areas. Now, keep in mind also that was an old game, but I felt the same way in a lot of ways with Dragon's Dogma 2 as well. I think that a lot of people play games in order to finish games because that's the way that games are provided now. There's like a billion games coming out all the time, and so you want to finish this game so you can get on to the next game. And I do think that's a bad mentality, and that's something that he's definitely right about. Another thing that I think that he's right about is, especially with Retail WoW, the difficulty level of Retail WoW in a lot of cases necessitates min-maxing. So if you had somebody who was underperforming a little bit in Molten Core, it didn't really matter that much because the raid was really easy and you had 40 people. So you could have 5 people that didn't even have their monitor turned on. It didn't matter because it was an easy raid and there weren't really that many points of failure other than like the Baron Geddon bomb or a couple of other things. But whenever you actually have a very challenging raid that requires people to play at a high level, that's whenever you see min-maxing happen even more. Like, if you go back and you look at a lot of the first kills for bosses, as bosses got harder, you started seeing more class stacking. Like, for example, Spine of Deathwing, the first kill. Or, I mean, Nefarian was like a bug in, like, a Cataclysm. But you see a lot of classes, like, for example, Cho'Gall was killed by Horde first because of how many AoE silences and AoE stuns they had. Because of a mechanic that Cho'Gall had, I think it was called Worship, it was only on Heroic. And then they would all stack up and just like instantly use that and interrupt everybody. So the harder that you make a game and the harder that you punish people for playing the game wrong, the harder people will try to not get punished. And so what happened is that as WoW got harder and harder and harder, players became necessitated to add those extra levels of complexity into the game. They got necessitated to make it more gatekeeping. Because now if somebody makes a mistake, you know, let's say somebody is, like, let's say for like Classic WoW, you need at least a 3 out of 10 player in order for a raid to be successful. And in Season of Discovery, you need, let's say, a 4 or a 5 out of 10 player in order for a raid to be successful. Well, if you're doing a heroic raid in Dragonflight, you probably need a 6 or a 7. Well, there's a lot less 6s and 7s. So it's harder to get up to that level, and it's harder to be able to beat the game that way. Especially whenever you have smaller raid sizes, because smaller raid sizes make it to where each individual player's contribution matters more. It's just logical, right? You have 40 people, each person, or like, let's say you have 20 people, it's a lot easier. So each person is, what's that? 5% of the, is 5% of the total raid's contribution. But whenever you have 5 people, each person is 20% of the contribution. So whenever you had a 40-man raid, they're 2.5%. So if this guy fucks off or doesn't do anything right, well, it doesn't really matter because you can have somebody else make up for it. I feel like every healer should always be able to battle res and salvage fights. There's a lot of little min-max things that should happen in WoW, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I think meta chasing and career pursuing through gaming killed gaming and that's it. But I don't think that's true because you're only talking about it to other people that are on these social media websites that hyperanalyze and talk about video games all day. There's a lot of people that are Starfield dads. There are dads right now that are playing Starfield and having a blast, making a new ship. There are dads who are playing, Dragon's Dogma 2, and they're like, oh, wow, look at that's a chimera, holy shit, what the hell? Yeah, Diablo 4. There's people right now that are playing Diablo 4. Oh man, I can't wait for season 4. This is gonna be crazy. Maybe by then I'll be able to get 100 if I just have enough time to play. And that's it. So you have a lot of their minds. Yeah, they're playing on a controller. And I think the problem is not that it's like we've gone from you can't step in the same river twice to you can't step in the same river once. Because by stepping in the river, you fundamentally change it. And people get into this and they keep fixating around, getting, min-maxed and trying to be as efficient as possible. And the process of that and the outcome of that is that they can't enjoy games anymore. That's the issue. People can't enjoy.
All these damn coins, but I got no stars.
I had this one cousin, when I asked him this, he was 5. And I said, "How old do you think I am?"
Yeah.
Because he said something about me sitting at the kids' table, and I was like, I haven't sat at the kids' table for a very long time, bucko, So he was like,
Bucko.
yeah, I was like, how old do you think I am? And he was like, 7. And I was like, what? This 5-year-old kid was like, she's a little older than me. She must be 7. I was like, 7? Huh? And then one of the other cousins in the room was 7. So I point at him and I go, he's 7. That's what 7 looks like. And he looks at him and looks at me and goes, oh, you are bigger. And I was like, that's not the only thing. But okay, how old do you think I am for real? If that's 7,
Oh,
and he looked at me and he went, 12? I was like, all right, but I was like, okay. He was just doing like height, like he had no way in his mind to possibly differentiate like how old I was. So he was just like bumping the number a little bit, and he would see this other cousin that we have that's like 17, and I would be shorter than that cousin. So he's like, why is there the no boyfriend girlfriend rule? So this started, from what I understand, it started not because they were like, oh, we want the fans to be super parasocial, so you having a boyfriend girlfriend, would ruin their immersion. It wasn't actually that. Initially, it was like, you're an idol, and your job as an idol is that you are living for your fans. You're creating everything for the fans. Other stuff should not be there. Like, you getting in a relationship would distract you from this. It would mean that your passion and everything is taken by that. Your brain is on that. So don't have a relationship because you need to be able to put your all into your work. That's what it initially was. Over time, with a lot of it, it depends on the group, it depends on the person. It's like, it's an immersion thing. It's like, oh, just don't let them know because then they'll get mad, or our sales will go down or something like that. But at the beginning, it was very like, for your first couple of years of being an idol, you couldn't do anything like that. And then eventually, like, you weren't meant to be an idol forever. You're meant to do this while you were young, and then you graduate from it and you become a normal artist or an actress or whatever you do later, and then it's fair game. But it's like in your years where you're on the grind and you're not even a developed artist yet, you're still like young and working on yourself, you were supposed to like not focus on relationships because it would distract you from getting better and that work. Because again, the whole thing with idols was that they weren't good yet. They were still training up, you know? And it was like a huge distraction, genuinely, when you're running an idol group and a lot of them are like older teenagers, some of them younger teenagers, and they're like so obsessed with some boy or some girl, you know? They were just like, you gotta stop. And I like get it. I get it. I'm not mad at that. But that was how it initially was. It's kind of changed over time. Sometimes it's still that for a lot of groups too. It's like, I know in K-pop especially, they tell them a lot of the time, you can date after your first like couple of years or when you get to a certain amount of sales, because then you'll have put the effort in. But if you're not meeting certain metrics, please don't. Like, they don't say you can't date, but they're like, you better not be sitting there like texting someone instead of practicing during practice. You know what I mean? Like, it cannot supersede your work. When it's like that, I completely understand. I have no negative thoughts toward that. If it's literally just like, you're young and when you get into a relationship with someone, it eats all of your time, like, so just don't. That I get completely, because the way they do idol groups, especially in Korea, they pull them in and invest into them. Oh my God. They create a group, they give you food and lodging and everything, they pay for everything for you, and you just have to work and do the job, right? They're putting so much into you, and if you're like, I'm gonna date someone and fuck off and not care, because you're young, and you know, young people kind of do tend to do that, to be honest. I totally get the company being like, don't fucking do that, you know? But then they usually loosen up, like after a certain point when they feel like they've worked enough, like first year or two, they've gotten through it. They're like, okay, yeah, whatever, do what you want. A lot of companies are like, you could even be public about it and know that it might affect your sales, you know? You could be realistic about that, depends on what kind of group it is, you know? But they're like, that's up to you. And I think that that's totally fine if it's followed in the way I just said. And then there are also other ones where they're like, no, you can't break people's immersion, don't date anyone for 15 years. And I'm like, whoa, that's a little crazy to force someone, you know? That's a little nuts. So it could go either way, and it depends on the company and everything. I think nowadays it's very on opposite ends of the scale, you know? Ends up being personal choice most of the time. But yeah, that's kind of like how it started, the TLDR. It was like a don't let it distract you from your work thing, so just don't do it for the beginning, and then, you know, we'll see about later. And then over time, certain companies or certain managers started to be like, hey, my idols will never date anyone, they're only for you, the fans, hee, you know? And it's like, it just depends. And then there are also idols that take it upon themselves to do that. They're like, this is my promise to my fans that I will only, you know, work for them, and I'm not going to get into one of these things because it will distract me, and I don't want that. I'm on the grind set, you know? Like, there are plenty of them that actually choose that. They know that it's how it is going in, and they're like, yep, I'm willing to do it. Think of it like becoming a monk, you know? A little bit. So it really depends on the person, but there are a lot that understand that that's how it is and get into it anyway, you know, because they're fine with that. There's some that get into it and then they realize that they're like, whoa, this is crazy, and then others that get into it and they're like, yeah, this is easy for me. Depends on the person. So they're like engineers, all work, no relationships. I think for a lot of them, this is what I've heard in a lot of interviews too, a lot of them are like, it's not that I'm a poser that my company doesn't let me, it's that I just don't have time. I feel like I hear that in a lot of interviews so often. So I'm like, you know what? I completely understand that. I get that. A lot of the time, no one's even hard controlling them and saying they can't. They themselves are just like, yeah, I don't think I can make this work. So I get it. I get it. I don't have a time for a relationship is unfortunately very common in Japan, idol or otherwise. Yeah, that's the thing, is don't forget Japanese work culture. Outside of idol stuff, a lot of people are like that. They do their job and their time is so taken up and they're like, yeah, I just don't have the time for it. So I think a lot of people from the West will look at it and be like, oh, it must be because they're so controlled and and I'm like, the average person in Japan has this issue, actually. Like, very much so. So yeah, it's usually more work related than people think. They love to make it like a terrible, oh, it's a horrible cultural thing, but no, it's usually just work stuff.
Oh, Haruka. Look at that. Rester. Oh. I have no.
Required Steam and PlayStation Network account linking for new players and for current players beginning May 30th will not be moving forward. We're still learning what is best for PC players, and your feedback has been invaluable. Thanks again for your continued support of Helldivers 2, and we'll keep you updated on future plans. Well, I think this comes as pretty great news for a lot of people. I know a bunch of you have been trying to get refunds, and now you might not need to if you still desire to play. Now,
I really thought you were. So I hear sounds of, you know. Oh, like nightlight.
So I know that most people going to college or university are pretty concerned about what it's going to be like, so I want to make a guide to help you out. One of the first things you need to know is that they're pretty expensive, and you can't have the same attitude as you did in high school, because if you fail something, you just have to take it again at your own expense. So before you go, you need to ask yourself the question, are you really there to drink and meet girls, or are you there to get a degree that will help direct your career for the rest of your life? And once you figure that out, then you can ask yourself, am I dedicated enough to commit my whole day to this for the next 4+ years, or am I going to set some time aside to get my degree? Personally, I really decided to take everything one step at a time, and the first thing you have to do is register for courses. And you might have heard that the schoolwork is going to be a lot harder than high school, and I think most of us have had thoughts like, what if I'm just not smart enough for this? And the truth is, if you can navigate their website, you're smart enough. Now, you might be wondering what's the best program to take, and truth be told, there's not really a best program. The most important thing is choosing something that will help you find a sustainable job that you'll enjoy. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, how do I try to get the job I'll enjoy if I don't know what I'll enjoy because I've never had the job?
If I. It's working.
And that's a good question that I'll avoid by suggesting you use the following rule of thumb. So when you're picking a program, imagine a slider that goes from fun to how much money you'll make. And that's the spectrum you're sort of dealing with. So one thing that most people are really excited about is making new friends, and don't worry, you'll get over that pretty quickly. But if you're talking to someone, one thing I think is really important is to avoid certain trigger phrases when you're talking to people from different departments. As an example, don't talk about the job market with fine arts students, don't talk to pre-med or med students about student loans or how long until they graduate, and never ever tell an engineering student you had a lot of homework last night, even if you're another engineering student. If you're wondering what type of engineering has the most homework, it's the one they're taking. On a similar note, as for how much work you should expect to do, when I started classes they told everyone, you should be studying for 2 to 3 hours at home for each hour of lectures you attend. And I remember thinking, wow, no homework. Unfortunately, that eventually backfired when we had an in-class midterm and I couldn't find the room. So along with that loophole that doesn't work, there's some common myths I want to dispel right away so you don't have the wrong idea about college or university. You'll still be one of the smart kids. Myth. People are a lot more mature. Myth. You'll have a lot more sex. True. I'll have a lot more sex. Myth. Now, completely unrelated but something that can really have an effect on your experience is the male to female ratio in a program. As an example, looking at the stats from our local schools, computer science and software engineering is 90% male, while the health and nursing programs are 90% female. And you might be thinking, oh no, I'm a guy taking computer science, but I still want to meet girls. What does that mean? It means you fucked up. I took one Java programming course, and now I get an erection every time I see a gender-neutral name on an attendance sheet. Now, of course, when people think of college, they think of college parties, and so I'd always wondered what it'd be like to be invited to one. On a bit more serious note, one thing I think needs to be said is that a lot of students are a little bummed out that they were really good at something in high school, but now they're kind of middle of the pack. But the truth is, you don't need to be the best at your discipline to do great things. As an example, I never showed a lot of potential in high school, but now I make YouTube videos in my room. What I mean to say is I think it's important to look for other avenues to really help you stand out to employers and help your career in general. Like once your skill is at a certain level, you don't become a famous artist by being better than everyone at art or music, you get there by being better at marketing. You don't become a chief engineer by being better than everyone at math, you get there by being better at communication and dealing with people. And ultimately, try to have at least a little bit of diversity, because even if you're lucky enough to have the ability to become the best in the world at one thing, in 30 years it'll be even more difficult to cope when we all get replaced by robots. First dates are very exciting, but also stressful for everyone involved. For guys, for girls, and for any nosy bystanders who can't mind their own business. And as one of those people, I wanted to create this as a bit of a primer for first dates, whether you've never been on a date before and want to know what to expect, or if you're a veteran of the dating scene and just want to figure out what's wrong with you. So of course, before you even go on a first date, you have to ask someone out. And there's a million ways to do that. In person, over the internet, that's pretty much it really. But you either get a yes or a no, and it's as simple as that. And the good news is that if you do get a yes, you're already ahead of the game because the other person is saying they like you, or at the very least you're passably better than a vacant time slot. Now, the first consideration is of course where you're going to go and what you're going to do. And in my opinion, you should really choose a date activity that reflects how well you know the other person. Like if you met by limp-wristedly flicking your index finger across a cracked iPhone, then there's nothing wrong with ice cream and a walk in the park because we all know you're there to see how they eat soft serve. On the other hand, if you've been platonic friends for 5 years hoping your next haircut is the one that will tip them over the edge, you better have a lot of alcohol planned because your current personality just isn't cutting it. So the most classic date idea is of course dinner and a movie, but unless you interpret that with multiple layers of euphemism, it's a bit cliche for a first date and a bit too reminiscent of its old school origin, which is getting married before you're 22, raising a family, and making God proud, which just isn't up to date with today's poor and sinful youth. I think your best bet is going with coffee, drinks, or a quick bite to eat, but it doesn't hurt to eventually try to expand your repertoire. I think it's a really smart idea to come up with fun activities that you can do together so you can focus on doing the activity instead of worrying about what to say. A few of my favorites include drunk paint night, drunk baking, drunk Lego, and drunk stand-up comedy. The common element being, of course, they're all things I do when I'm alone. Now, that brings us to the real nitty-gritty of a first date, which is how you're supposed to act. And you might have heard the old classic turn of phrase, just be yourself. And this is a terrible idea for a multiplicity of reasons, but what I think it really means, and should be said more explicitly, is that you shouldn't pretend to be something that you're not. So if they're like, oh, what do you do in your spare time? And you like to play video games, then say, I like to play video games. Don't make shit up to try to sound cool, and besides, how you talk about something is way more important than what you're talking about. Even if you're into something like coin collecting, you could be like, I like coin collecting. Did you know that just by holding one in my hand, I can tell you the year that any 10-cent coin was produced? And when they say, what, really? Why only 10-cent coins? You can say, because I only date dimes. And then you show them your YouTube channel. The old 1-2 works every time. Now, unrelated, at a certain point you reach a difficult moment, which is figuring out if the date is going well, and girls and guys have their own distinct problems in this department. And from asking girls about their experiences on dates, the most common thing that seems to happen is thinking either, wow, why isn't he making a move? Or, oh shit, he thinks this is a date. On the flip side, the most common thing for guys to think is, I don't have a clue what's going on. Which actually explains just about everything. So if you do find yourself confused in the moment, you just have to triangulate those perspectives and Sigmund Freud yourself deep in their psyche to figure it out. And if that doesn't work, you can say you like them and see what happens. So very presumptuously, assuming the date went well, wherever you are, it's time to settle up the bill and leave. Now in today's day and age, guys are often confused as to whether or not they should be paying or splitting the bill or what. And really, the only person I know who said, well, he was great, but didn't pay for dinner, so that's a no, is my mum. So don't make a joke about that unless you pay for her meal. Sorry, Jen, you asked for this. But don't worry too much about it. If you're the one who asks them out, offer to pay, they might offer to split, and then it'll be awkward for a few sentences, but you guys will figure it out. Now, this is really the part where it gets interesting, because after you walk to the most proximal waypoint between both of your houses, you're going to stand there for about 5 seconds, glance down at your feet for a second, and say, yeah, so, and then you have to talk about your feelings. So what do you do? Do you set up a second date? Do you go for a kiss? Do you invite them to your place? Do you walk them home? Or do you kind of sit on the curb, talk for 2 hours, and then go home because you're both too scared to be emotionally vulnerable? I think at the very least you should leave saying you had fun and want to get together again, or get out of there and let them down softly with a text pretending it's you when it's really them. Now, I know what you're all thinking, casually explained. What do you think of people hooking up on a first date? And as long as you're not my neighbor and are both down with it, I couldn't care less. Nowadays it seems like everyone is having sex before holding hands anyway. But with that said, while I'm not judging you for busting out the strap-on from day one, God certainly is. So, you know, light a candle. Don't call them daddy. Call them father. Don't finish with hallelujah, finish with a condom. Just the obvious, really. You'll be fine. So, the world of men's fashion is a wacky, wild, and turbulent place, especially thanks to the internet, where 10 years ago, if you discovered a men's fashion forum looking for advice, they'd say, yeah, just wear jeans and a shirt that fits properly. And you'd be leagues ahead of your average dad just by doing that. Nowadays, while they already existed to some degree, those fashions and forums have diverged and then grown into huge subcultures that include things like your mainstream business attire, high fashion, casual wear, streetwear, and all sorts of subgroups under that, including things like your sneakerheads, tech wear, skate wear, pale wave, avant-garde, and then everything Kanye has been in the same room as. On the surface, they all seem like completely different and confusing genres, but it's kind of like how there are a million types of movies, but they're all built on the same principles. So if you break it down into what the actual purpose or inspiration of the different trends are, it starts to make some actual sense. So to start with the obvious, you take business and formal attire, and it literally has barely changed for 125 years besides the fat conductor hats. A basic suit looks fantastic all the time, and the only way it doesn't is if it doesn't fit or you're wearing it at the wrong place. And that's the whole point. It's a super simple yet refined outfit that says, I'm a respectable, put-together person representing a respectable, put-together company, so sign this contract and let's monopolize American steel. So as that devolves a little bit, you have something like business casual, which is of course much more prevalent nowadays as business has become a lot less face-to-face and a lot more online. Some people wear business casual or chic casual outfits all the time, but it works better if you're a bit older, because if you're a high school student or university freshman, it can come off as a bit incongruent because there's really no reason you'd ever need to wear a button shirt other than when your date drove you to prom or that one job interview you've had. So it might be good to wait until you've at least paid taxes before you look like you filed someone else's. So in my opinion, this is the point where things get interesting because you get to your casual, everyday clothes where you can really express your personality by copying what popular rappers are wearing. It's by far the most rapidly evolving area of men's fashion. I think the most noticeable shift recently has been the huge prevalence of streetwear and designer brands gaining popularity with teenagers and young guys. I mean, not that long ago, the only people who'd spend money on Gucci were rich middle-aged guys buying their wife something for an anniversary, but nowadays the barrier for entry is getting like 3 A's that semester. The part that I found the most interesting about some of the streetwear culture is that a lot of unfashionable items are worn ironically, where you're sort of saying, I know so much about fashion that I'm wearing something I know is unfashionable, because in order to identify something so unfashionable, you would have to know a lot about fashion. Like a while ago, it would be as simple as wearing a pink shirt and putting your hair in a bun because it was the opposite of traditional men's fashion at the time. Then later it was overalls and a bucket hat because you live in a city and haven't ever caught a fish. And then eventually jean joggers and a NASA fanny pack because you're emulating that one weird kid in middle school. I'm still sour about this because I was literally that kid in middle school and people did not think I was fashionable. I did, however, have a pouch for my laser pointer. Now, this sort of ironic incorporation of uncool items certainly doesn't end there, because some brands seem to have been built almost entirely on this sense of consumer irony. And I think the most brilliant example of that is Supreme. And they were originally a much smaller kind of skate shop clothing brand, but effectively they said, alright, we're a pretty niche shop with a pretty dedicated clientele. Do you think people would buy just a regular white shirt with a box logo on it for $30? And it turns out they would, and as they got bigger, they said, alright, what about something like a Zippo lighter? And that sold out instantly, but as they kept getting more traction, they just said, fuck it. Nunchucks, sold out instantly. Tennis balls, sold out instantly. Fire extinguisher, sold out instantly. And at one point, they must have had a conversation that went, alright, what is literally the least useful, standalone item we could possibly sell? And someone said, how about a brick? Yeah, brick. And look, Supreme was pretty big at the time, and everything was selling out, but would people actually pay $30 for a brick? And of course the answer was no. They didn't. Almost no one would pay $30 for a brick. They'd pay $1,000 for a brick because it sold out instantly. So anyway, hit me up for that collab. Like actually though. So once you go deeper into different contemporary fashions, you find some very interesting subcategorizations that explore the extremes of other genres, and some of them are pretty weird. So the most well-known is probably high fashion, which does get a lot of flack for being weird, but it's really more of an advertising campaign and for showing off a designer's inspiration for upcoming commercial lines than it is for actual practical wear. So in a way, it's almost weird by design, which is neither here nor there for me. But if we start looking at the niche clothing that people do wear on a day-to-day basis, it brings us to some super interesting trends. So of course, a massive group that's permeated all casual wear are your sneakerheads, and these are the people you might have heard of who would camp overnight to cop a fresh pair of Jordans, but they only really wear them once for Instagram, and then they resell them the next day at 5 times the price to rich Asian exchange students. Something like normcore is wearing literally your entire outfit ironically, effectively dressing as blandly as possible on purpose. Pale wave is a sort of minimalism that centers around a lack of detail and subtle pastel color palettes. I quite enjoy this look because if people come over to my apartment, I blend in nicely with my IKEA furniture. Then there's all black everything, which is also a pretty solid choice if you don't like sorting laundry. I mean, I think it's cool because it makes your washer's spin cycle look like a portal to the 4th dimension. That's pretty neat. And then something like avant-garde, which is sometimes called goth ninja, is way more complicated, but is fundamentally about being able to sneak up on people perfectly camouflaged in the urban environment, and then being able to tap them on the shoulder and they'll drop dead instantly. Lastly, we have techwear, which is the most technically advanced clothing possible. Your jacket weighs about 14 micrograms and is resistant to all 4 seasons simultaneously. Your carbon fiber Gore-Tex underwear is completely waterproof from both directions and has a concealed pocket for up to 2 Magnum condoms. Honestly, the only downside I can find to a techwear outfit is that it costs $4,000 and you only use it to walk to work. Now, at this point, we've barely scratched the surface of all the fashion ideas that are out there, but moving forward, all these areas of fashion will continue to evolve in some very interesting and unpredictable ways. Personally, I've been trying to pioneer comfort, which focuses on being as comfortable as possible at all times. The only downside that I've realized is that it's the literal opposite of fashion and usually devolves into you not leaving the house and binging YouTube top 10 lists. So yeah, no Instagram traction on that one yet, but I'll keep you guys updated. So just to let you guys know, if you're interested in looking at any merchandise, we recently launched a new website with all new stuff that I'm really excited about. This frog, or this frog, or this frog. And while memes were originally described as an element of culture passed from one individual to another by non-genetic means, if we look now at their contemporary use, I think it would be much more accurate to define them as an element of culture passed from one individual to another through the internet. The last part being redundant because if you're passing memes to someone, you're obviously not going to be passing anything on to them genetically. So in order to understand our current memes, we have to start tracing them back to their origins, and that means starting at one of the first memes from around 35 years ago, which was leet speak. And this was when people swapped letters for numbers when they were typing because digital pictures literally hadn't been invented yet and there was nothing else to do. And while this seems harmless, it eventually led to their most recognizable usage, which is in gamer tags that look like this and blog press diaries that look like this. So then around the year 2000, the first picture memes emerged and were usually just screen caps from video games or online videos like the barrel roll from Star Fox 64, the hamster dance, and eventually the all your base or belong to us meme from the terribly translated game Zero Wing. And you might be thinking, well, how are these even used? This isn't an awkward and relatable social situation I can tag my friends with on Instagram. And the thing is, back in those days, none of us had any friends, so we would simply repeat the meme out loud in elementary school or post them in response to Yahoo Answers threads without context. So as we move on a bit to around 2007 and social media was just getting big, we started to see memes that were intentionally edited and contrived for comedic effect in order to get people to say, "Nice meme, dude." And the first one that comes to my memory, unfortunately, was the Shoop to Whoop meme, which was the I'm firing my laser face from the Laser Collection YouTube video, which was then edited over top of Cell from Dragon Ball Z. And because of the introduction of the online view count and share button, we saw the moment that sprouted the still persistent idea in everyone's mind, which was, if I create a shitty meme, maybe I can get some imaginary points on the internet. And while most rational people would see that as incredibly stupid and rightfully not want to be around you, how many subscribers do you think they have? And with the growth of sites like 4chan and Reddit, we saw the next big shift in the evolution of meme culture, which was introducing a personal narrative and relatability to memes in the form of green text stories and rage comics. The first being cleverly constructed stories with absurd plot or conclusion, and the latter being kids exaggerating the story to memes in the form of green text stories.
He's lucky he's so cute. Yeah, he's lucky he's a little pirate, I have to say.
And rage comics. The first being cleverly constructed stories with absurd plot or conclusion, and the latter being kids exaggerating the struggles of their unremarkable lives, which I of course participated in. And while rage comics completely died off in a little over a couple years for obvious reasons, they did introduce iconic characters such as the Troll Face, Why You Know, Me Gusta, and Forever Alone Guy, among many other reactions that along with middle school we have collectively repressed. So with that concept of reaction and relatability, we saw the rapid popularization of our first modern meme format, which was an image macro with text overlay, and that came in the form of Pepe the Frog and Advice Animals. And even here you could still clearly see which one would stand the test of time. Emerging from there, we saw one of the most influential genres of modern memes, which are often called me IRL memes, which are supposed to represent the author or me in real life. These are memes of a self-deprecating, ironic nature that highlight the complete normality of everyday life by either exaggerating the pride of very mundane accomplishments, depicting an inability to function in what's considered a very normal situation, or both in the form of Wednesday Frog. Then going slightly deeper, you have me IRL, one word, which is the same thing and more depressing but still funny. And then even deeper than that, you have to me IRL for me IRL, which is literally just depression. However, in response to that, we saw the simultaneous emergence of wholesome memes, which is a convergence of me IRL and anti-jokes, where a depressing punchline is set up with a wholesome twist. Although unfortunately, we have seen a lot of these memes border on motivational posts and compliments rather than actual memes, which I personally find more insufferable than to me IRL for me IRL for reasons I choose to ignore. So closely related to me IRL, we have one of my favorite types of memes, which are starter pack memes. And these are simply multi-image collages that depict an unexpected stereotype with shocking accuracy that you thoroughly enjoy until you find one about you. Similar to those kinds of labeled memes, we have progression memes, which are constructed with logical progression through each of the images, and while these can be very versatile, they also usually only last until people can't add any more progression without losing your attention, which is around 4 pixels. So now if you take a regular person who looks at memes for enjoyment rather than coping, you see another genre of questionably executed memes that are effectively made to make you feel good. And I think the perfect example of that is Rare Puppers, which is a wholesome dog parody of Rare Pepe, which are commodified Pepe photoshops. And also a whole genre of animal gifs spelled with alternating capitals and words like doggo, pupper, and other baby talk that I intellectually despise, but can't stop looking at because I'm so happy. Thankfully, gatekeeping the art form, we of course have dank memes, which are memes that mock other memes that are past their shelf life or used in a non-comedic, overplayed fashion. And these are generally crafted by the fine minds over at 4chan, who are one push away from falling off their own edge. And in a similar vein, we also have self-satirizing memes like deep-fried memes, and Reddit subreddits like Meme Economy that buy or sell stock in upcoming formats. And if I know anything about people on the internet, which I am one of, I know that memes are seen a lot like high art, which means I know that at this point in the video there are people who'd say, so when are you get into the real memes? And there are people who'd say, you lost me at Rare Puppers, because I literally opened a new tab to look at those. And while I know people of the first category probably don't think I know anything about memes, and people of the second category are questioning if they still want to see me in real life, it's literally impossible for me to cover every subgenre of meme. But do bear in mind, the list does go on to include anime memes, Despacito memes, Shrek memes, B-movie memes, Scooby-Doo memes, SpongeBob memes, black people Twitter memes, white people Twitter memes, insane people Facebook memes, Mad Lad memes, That Happened memes, porn memes, Toy Story memes, Thanos memes, Where Did the Soda Go memes, stock image memes, Minecraft memes, Gus Johnson's entire YouTube channel, Slaps Roof of Car memes, Kermit memes, Fortnite memes, and literally thousands of others. But that does make you wonder the final question, which is, with so many memes being created and abandoned, where do these memes come from and where do they go? And the answer to that is fairly simple. First, an actual piece of content is created, the meme is born on 4chan, filtered and popularized on Reddit, spread to your average person on Instagram, Tumblr, and Twitter, meme is dead. Jimmy Fallon uses it in a segment, your parents and large corporations use it incorrectly on Facebook, and 4chan makes fun of those people with new meme, and the cycle continues. Which makes you wonder where in the process this video might be. And according to one of my favorite quotes about comedy, explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better, but it dies in the process.
Triple die. Whoa, oh, baby. Oh, big triple. Oh, must be like 5 total. I have. Alright, I'm pretty happy having 2 stars. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, no, you're doing fine.
Prepare.
can't go backwards. Yeah, the loop. The loop is the area I wasn't, but the backwards.
What? I hate this sentence. How does she not know? It's just fun. Yeah. No, That's
sweet. Oh.
that was so kind of you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. It was
Truly
really
selfless. Oh, fuck. Punch button. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, you bitch! Oh, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Vaporize them. Left. Like those burned their friends' money live on stream.
Lighting on fire.
Literally, Livia. Activated us. It's all. Why are they this character? Not to yeah. Ultimate. Listen, I'm oh yeah, the loop would
Oh.
I would have sent me right.
trying to gaslight you.
Awesome.
That will. I'll be like, you're throwing. I'll fight you. Oh.
I'm too.
We're all kind of like.
You,
That's nice.
Really hope this. Oh my god.
Oh no no. Hold on. Separate rooms, right? I saw my name on the thingy. I think we're. I think it does.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I lose. That's a Oh. The breasting. I like read it 5 a.m. Put a screenshot, but I'm gonna just. Oh. For flashbacks. Rest. Funny. Okay. Oh! Wow, alright. Hey. But one has been. Yeah. Option. Ooh. Okay. It is lives of lives.
feel like first. Oh. Ah! It's just a pipe dream. So messed up. Guys, I don't have any stories. I should be the one crying. Ah! You don't mind if I never had a said not once. I did. True. I didn't stop you from 98 coins out of my pocket. I'm not even options. or not? Oh god. Oh no. Nice. Bitch.
Oh, where is it? Huh?
I'm gonna do it fine on the. Oh, wait. Oh, he's right. I'm gonna. Oh, yes. Fighting every.
This is a good one.
Profile.
Like,
I love America. I love my truck. I love my dog. I love America.
fuck.
Cars. Oh, you're getting. Going. Oh, you tried.
can think about his deep.
Mondstadt welcomes you.
Now that you're on the street, that was fast as fuck, boy. Pretty.
This realm. This realm. If you ever had. Illusion shattered! Here comes the catch! Shine down! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered! Things are about to get dicey. Now you shall perish! Game's up. Time's over. Inazuma shines eternal! Take it easy. Quietly now. Things are about to get. There is no escape! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
I mean, you could if you wanted to.
Here comes the catch. Let me scribe. Written in the stars. There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Take it easy. Motion to compel. Delved into death. Boom, boom. Busted. Illusion shattered. Ha! Shine down. Take it easy. There is no escape! Incinerate! Time for your arraignment! Boom boom!
Window.
Illusion shattered! Motion to compel! There is no escape! Boom, boom!
It can't be too upset.
Illusion shattered!
To me. Like, I just added. I think we're stuck in a.
Shine down! Motion to compel!
I love Waluigi.
There is no escape! Things are about to get dicey. Take it easy.
Another project. Should ice my hammer.
Take it easy. Shine down! Game's up. Time's over. Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape! Gotcha! Things are about to get done. Now you shall perish! Illusion shot! Busted! Game's up! Fun's over! Torn to oblivion! Gotcha! Here comes the catch! Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down! Busted! Things are about to get done. Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered! Kaboom! Yeah.
Does it go by first or just take time? This last turn. Here we go, here we go.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Inazuma shines eternal.
Literally, you gained points.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Inazuma shines eternal. to oblivion! Illusion shut! Busted! Motion to compel! Things are about to get dicey. There is no escape! Now you shall perish! Take it easy. Here comes the catch. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. Shine down! Boom boom! Chia! Take it easy. Illusion shattered! Incinerate! Shadows of fate! Boom boom!
All right there. Didn't want to hear.
What the? What kind of injurious weather is this? It's cold. Achoo! There is no escape. Incinerate! Motion to compel. Boom boom.
Game.
This weather's got me in the mood for reciting some laws. Busted. Game's up. Fun zone. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. Ha!
That we're finally meeting, and then it.
There is no escape! Here comes the catch. Now you shall perish! Game's up. Fun's over. Inazuma shines eternal. Quietly now. Motion to compel.
Gotta make you.
Take it easy. Illusion shattered. Here comes the catch. Incinerate. Game's up. Time's over. Torn to oblivion.
Looks like I went too far.
Take it easy. Hup. There is no escape. Motion to compel. Boom boom. Illusion shattered. Gotcha. There is no escape. Busted. Incinerate!
You're always smiling. I love when you sing that.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Boom!
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just miscalculated.
Motion to compel. There is no escape. Take it easy. Shine down. There is no escape. Illusion shattered. Shine down. Busted.
Bow before me, worm.
Game's up. Decided by destiny. Inazuma shines eternal. Incinerate. Breath of the flame. There is no escape.
1,000 eons, mine to dominate. Burn to oblivion. Kneel.
Boom!
riddance, cruel world. Not possible.
Take it easy. Shine down!
You'll get
Fate is
frostbite.
upon you!
No more words.
Now you shall perish!
This is it.
There is no escape! Boom boom! Shine down! Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
But there's a code.
There is no escape! Here comes the catch! Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered! Game's up! Now you shall perish! down.
Time to go to work. Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Written in the stars. Here comes the catch. Boom! Illusion. Gotcha. Incinerate. Delve into destiny. Game's up. Time's over. Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. Boom! Incinerate. What the? What kind of injurious weather is this? It's cold. Achoo! Motion to compel. Incinerate. Illusion shattered. These are about to get set. Shadows of fate. Decided by destiny. Torn to oblivion.
Quietly now.
Busted. Take it easy. Motion to compel. Ha! Cha! Ha! Cha! Ha! Incinerate! Ta! Ta! Sya! Ha! Ta! Ja! Sya! Ta! Ha! It seems like I've underestimated the popularity of this game. I suppose this calls for a few more volumes of King of Invocations. It seems I'm the one who came out on top this time. I'm actually quite enjoying myself. How about we go for another round? It seems like I've underestimated the popularity of this game. I suppose this calls for a few more volumes of King of Invocations. May knowledge guide you.
Can't see?
No, my sword!
No rest for the wicked. Let's go.
One shall descend once again. Come on out.
present. Swift and merciful. A touch of frost.
I'm always watching. Show them.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Oh, what a dreadful ending.
I'll uproot you! After all that training. Time for retribution! I've not finished my research.
Congratulations, you won. Come on now, let's hear your victory speech. It seems like I've underestimated the popularity of this game. I suppose this calls for a few more volumes of King of Invocations. It seems like I've underestimated the popularity of this game. I suppose this calls for a few more volumes of King of Invocations. Leaving already? Huh. And I was looking forward to playing a few more rounds with you. May knowledge guide you. Rain outlines your fate.
Present. Forth, my blade.
Chivalry will never die. Huh? I have taught you everything I know.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Yeah.
I want to get this straight, Sensei.
May knowledge guide you.
Present. One with my blade.
Chivalry will never die. Rain outlines your fate.
Time for some training? Spirit Blade! Attack!
Fuck right off, Zach. No, 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 no. On your life. You say. Be careful. You want this pain? What's on me? You want this smoke? All this for life. Sometimes anything else are funny.
Chivalry will never die. Chivalry will never die. Huh? Huh? Let me weave you a verse.
Present. A touch of frost.
Chivalry will never die.
Let's go.
Burn!
I'll connect our own business.
It's been getting quite busy recently. The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed. Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
The academia? Oh, what happened this time?
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Should I choose?
Welcome. How can I help you?
There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
I guess I'll post a commission to the Adventurers Guild. What happened this time? And a radish veggie soup. The academia? What happened this time?
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
No.
Crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines! Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do! What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Hey, how about we get some tickets to the next trial?
I think we'd better wait and see what kind of case it is first.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No, people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us! Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations, but I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Whoa, all right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it? According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Lenny do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh? I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
We have to use hydro sure to collect for maritime flowers.
Take it easy.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
We ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
What? Traveler! Paimon! Charlotte!
I never guessed I'd bump into you all riding the Aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Critical thinking is the careful and rational analysis of a situation that results in you making good short and long-term decisions. But as we all know, none of us are always making good decisions, and some of us are almost always making bad decisions. So I think the best way to explain it is by looking at the stages of thinking and the thoughts that would characterize each of those levels. So the first level of thinking is basically no thinking at all. It's a straight line from emotion to action without any further consideration. This isn't all bad, as it's responsible for a lot of instinctive functions like crying when you're sad or hitting your desk when you're angry, or regardless, we all think at this level sometimes, but some people seem to be characterized by it, which means if someone says something like, "Wow, you don't believe they actually landed on the moon, do you?" You should probably stop talking to that person, because really, what kind of idiot still believes in the moon? The second level of thinking is some thinking. You haven't really checked all the facts down to their roots, but you know when things make sense and when they don't. You don't let the headlines tell you what to think, you read the comments section for that. You don't cite Wikipedia for your essays, you cite the references underneath. When you have a problem, you kind of just treat the symptoms and don't go much further than that. But all in all, your life is very practical. You might be paying $20K a year for school and are worried that you won't get a job, but hey, $20K a year for hope is a fucking bargain. The third level of thinking is critical thinking. You think things through to their logical conclusion and you act accordingly, all the while not deliberating over small details. If you feel sick, you go to the doctor. If you feel sad, you ask your friends and family for support. And if you don't like watching ads on YouTube, you get ad block, because you know if you're watching a popular YouTube channel that people like, they're probably demonetized anyway. You don't drunk text your ex because you've never had a failed relationship. And when you're at a job interview, it goes, "Hey, what's your biggest weakness?" "Oh, I don't really learn from my mistakes." And why is that? Because I don't make any. Nevertheless, despite your perfect existence, your peers might resent you for being flawless in a way that's blindingly superior, and yet somehow still humble. While this might seem like the end-all be-all of critical thought, it certainly isn't, which is why we also have the bonus level of thinking, overthinking. This type of thinking tries to address all your simple problems with disproportionately complex solutions. Your waiter says enjoy your meal, and when you say thanks, you too, he laughs and moves on, and you never go back to that restaurant ever again. If you're on a coffee date and the girl says, "Why don't we get ice cream instead?" you would gently decline because she's deviating from the script. Before you let loose and dance at a party, you have to watch a few hundred tutorials to make sure you're letting loose properly, and if your Instagram post doesn't get enough likes in the first 15 minutes, you delete that shit faster than you delete your history when someone asks to use your phone. Now, while you can't really stop yourself from overthinking, if there's something you're worried about, it usually gets better over time because you learn the bad stuff you are worrying about almost never happens. A really eye-opening moment for me was when I said to my friend, "Man, I can't stop worrying about what other people think of me." And he said, "Don't worry, man, nobody thinks about you." While the delivery could maybe use some work, it's definitely something worth thinking about.
personally. I prefer magic personally.
Look at something. I might. Happy. I'm a happy girl. Aren't they? What is it? Oh, oh, Snuffy's from Ohio. And Ohio. Bye. Friends are. I can. I know. Oh. Yeah, I can see. Oh. No, you're always. I won't put that on. I little red collab from Shadow. I can't see. Crazy. People like, I just sit there like, oh no, you can't joke. And I'm like, I'm sitting there like,
remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Thunder! Lightning does not bend to the will of mortals.
Adventure time!
This world, a fleeting shadow. Your verdict is decided.
Let's keep going, team!
Illusions are but distractions. Shattered.
Shudder! That's gonna hurt in the morning!
This world, a fleeting shadow.
Let's light it up!
Without yearning, all returns to silence.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
This body is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
Beg for mercy. Leave the wounded to me. Going in.
Inferior.
Final warning. Let's light it up.
Witness the final calamity.
There is no escape. Shut up.
Perish.
Keep your cool. Let's light it up. Does everybody stand?
Eternity is in my hands. Illusion shattered.
Crush.
There is no escape. Perish.
I'm going in. Engaging. Let's keep going. Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin.
Only emptiness.
Off we go. Let's light it up.
Your verdict is decided. This world, a fleeting
Teamwork
shadow.
is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Now's our chance.
Illusions are but distractions.
Off we go! Let's light it up!
Shattered!
Why do they never miss? I'm going in!
All desire can be broken. This body is eternal.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back! Why do they never miss?
Purge all obstacles!
Leave the wounded to me!
Inferior!
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Crush!
Witness the final calamity! Shine down! There is no escape!
Let's light it up!
Ruin! Followed by blade!
Everybody stand back!
Eternity is in my hands! Illusion shattered!
Yeah. Beg for mercy. Adventure time.
Perish!
Shudder! Going in! Providing cover. Freeze to the core. Crush!
Euthymia!
Now's our chance! Ow! Let's light it up! Off we go! Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Inferior. The eye sweeps the lands.
Beg for mercy. Adventure
Shattered. Now you shall perish. Inferior.
Let's light it up! Final warning. Teamwork is dreamwork!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity. There is no escape.
Let's keep going, team.
Strike dead.
Adventure time.
Lightning, obey me. This body is eternal.
Everybody stand! Crush! Providing cover fire!
There is no escape! Inferior!
Beg for mercy! Engaging! I'm going in! Crush! Let's light it up!
Inferior!
Now's our chance! Shudder!
Witness the final calamity! Illusion shattered!
Off we go! Crush!
Inferior!
Let's light it up! Adventure time!
Eternity is in my hands!
Off we go! Adventure time! There is no escape! Perish! Beg for mercy! Everybody stand! Providing cover fire! Let's keep... Flood of frost! I condemn you! Shudder!
Euthymia crumbles before...
Ooh, you're taking me out?
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up! Why do they never miss?
Weak. The eye sweeps the lands.
You? Now's our chance! Let's light it up! I'm going in! Engaging!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Let's light it up! Yeah! Adventure time! That's gonna hurt in the morning!
This body is eternal.
Final warning!
Purge all
Let's keep
obstacles.
going, team! Teamwork is dreamwork! Through it we go!
Followed by blade.
Yeah! Now's our chance! Let's light it up!
Witness the final calamity.
Adventure time! Perish! Let's light it up!
You finally accepted Donkey Kong Country, Arson?
Inferior.
Off we go!
Eternity. Is in my hands.
Adventure time! Off we go!
Purge all obstacles.
Beg for mercy!
Inferior.
Leave the wounded to me. Everybody stand! Engaging. Let's spark. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Yeah. Shut up. Euthymia.
Plus side, it hits for 700k, so it must hit for 3 million. Hits for fucking 700k, has to fucking hit for 3
Why do they never miss?
Evasion is futile.
I'm going in!
Pathetic.
Let's light it up!
The eye sweeps the lands.
Blitz. Let's light it up! Ow!
Strike dead.
Off we go! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Lightning falls on the land of
Adventure time.
eternity.
Yeah! Yeah! Why do they never miss?
This body is eternal.
Providing cover fire! Everybody stand back! Let's light it up! Off we go!
Perish! Ruin follows my blade.
Final crush! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Witness the final calamity! Purge all obstacles!
Yeah! Let's light it up!
Inferior! Perish! Inferior!
Everybody stand back!
Eternity is in my hands!
Try not to. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin.
Only emptiness away.
Heal's gonna work.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Adventure time!
Weak.
Let's light it up!
The eye sweeps the lands.
Off we go! Let's light it up!
Shattered!
You're in for a little shock.
Strike dead!
Let's keep going, team!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back! Adventure time!
body is
Let's
eternal.
light it up! Beg for mercy.
Purge all obstacles.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Perish. Ruin follows my blade.
Engaging!
Witness the final calamity.
Going in!
Ruin follows my blade.
Shudder!
Eternity is in my hands.
Off we go! Adventure time!
Perish!
Beg for mercy! Let's light it up! Providing cover, everybody stand! Surrendering. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Crush!
Only emptiness awaits.
The campaign begins.
Leave the wounded to me!
Inferior.
Weak. Pathetic.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
The eye sweeps the lands. Illusion shattered. Ha!
That's gonna hurt in the morning!
Strike dead. Inferior.
Let's light it up!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
I'm going in!
Inferior. This body is eternal.
Let's light it up! Engaging! Shudder!
Inferior!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Why do they never miss?
Ruin follows Now's my blade.
Crush!
Final warning.
Let's light it up! I'm going in! Now's our chance! Shut up!
Witness the final calamity.
Shine down!
Purge all obstacles.
Off we go!
Inferior. Eternity is in my hands.
Beg for mercy.
There is no escape. Inferior.
Everybody stand! Engaging! Leave the wounded... Blood of Frost! I condemn you! Crush!
Euthymia.
Fuck did you manage that? How did you manage that?
Pathetic. Teamwork is dreamwork. Beg for mercy. Shudder. Crush.
Illusions are but distractions. Shattered.
Let's light it up.
Thunder.
I'm going in.
This world, a fleeting shadow. Without yearning, all returns to silence.
Precision strike. Let's light it up. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Is eternal.
Adventure time. Final warning. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Beg for mercy.
Perish.
Engaging. Let's keep going, team. Yeah, I'm going in. Shudder. Let's light it up.
Witness the final
Illusion
calamity.
shattered. Everybody stand back.
Perish. Eternity is in my hands.
Shine down. Beg for mercy. Teamwork is dreamwork. Now's our chance. Vengeance will be mine.
Only emptiness.
I'm calling work.
verdict is decided. This world,
Why
a
do they
fleeting
never
shadow.
miss?
Lightning does not bend to the will of mortals. Thunder. Your verdict is decided. Weak. Pathetic. Illusions are but distractions. Shatter.
Providing cover fire.
Crush.
Yeah, beg for mercy.
This body is eternal.
Purge
All obstacles.
Final one. Let's light it up. Adventure. Yeah. Nails are cheering. Let's light it up.
There is no escape.
Providing cover. Why do they never? Everybody stand. Crush. Let's light it up. Let's keep going, team. Let's light it up.
Witness the final. There is no escape. Perish.
Engaging.
Inferior.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Beg for mercy.
Eternity is in my hands.
Adventure time.
Illusion shattered.
Everybody stand. Now's our chance. Providing flood of frost. Eye for an eye.
Euthymia.
Mods, can you add the
Who's here?
I'll keep an eye on you.
Final warning. Leave the wounded to me.
Weak. Pathetic. Weak. The eye sweeps the lands. Shine down.
Shudder. Providing cover fire. Beg for mercy.
Strike dead. Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Final warning.
Keep your body is eternal. Ruin follows my blade. Perish.
Providing cover fire.
Inferior.
Shut up.
Witness the final calamity. Perish!
Final warning.
Crush! Eternity is in my hands! Beg for mercy. Shudder. Perish. Illusion shattered. Beg for mercy. Inferior. Crush. Purge all obstacles. Shine down.
Engaging. Now's our chance.
Let's spark. Vengeance will be mine. Beg for mercy. Only emptiness awaits.
Final warning.
This wound, a fleeting shadow.
Leave the wounded to me.
Pathetic, weak.
Engaging.
Pathetic, weak. Illusions are but distractions. Shatter. Illusion shatter. Shudder. Crush. Thunder.
Let's keep going, team.
This one, a fleeting shadow. This body is eternal. Inferior. Beg for mercy.
Final warning.
Inferior. Ruin follows my blade. Shudder. Witness the final calamity.
Engaging.
Purge all obstacles. Beg for mercy. There is no escape. Eternity is in my hands. There is no escape. Ruin follows my blade. Inferior. There is Shine no down. Escape. Shudder.
Leave the wounded to me.
Try not to.
Final warning.
Flood of frost. Crush.
Final warning.
Pathetic. Weak.
Shudder.
Pathetic.
Come a little closer.
Now's our chance. Engaging.
Crush. Absurd. The eye sweeps the lands.
Illusion shattered.
Shattered.
Come a little closer.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Final warning. Leave the wounded to me.
Strike dead.
Keep your
This body is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
Engaging.
In spirit. Perish.
Providing cover fire.
In spirit.
Beg for mercy.
Witness the final calamity.
Final warning.
Crush. Ruin. Followed by blade.
Shudder.
Inferior. Eternity is in my hands. Crush. There is no escape.
Hang it.
Beg for mercy.
Inferior.
Crush. Shudder.
Inferior.
There is no escape. Beg for mercy. Crush.
Let's keep going, team.
Surrendering.
Engaging.
Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. Beg for mercy.
Only emptiness.
Providing cover fire.
Pathetic. Shine weak.
Rack and ruin.
Strike dead.
Engaging. Now's our chance.
Shudder.
Gone. The eye sweeps the lands.
There is no escape.
Shattered.
I condemn you. You're in for a little shock.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Shine down.
Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team.
This body is eternal. Inferior.
Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team. Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team. This body is eternal. Inferior.
Inferior.
Shudder. Engaging. Now's our chance. Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team. Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team.
mercy. Shudder.
Witness the final calamity!
Perish! Beg for mercy.
Inferior! Final warning!
Crush!
Eternity is in my hands!
Shudder!
There is no escape!
Crush!
Inferior!
Shudder! Crush!
There is no escape!
Blitz spark! Shudder!
Providing cover fire! Now!
Freeze to the core! Beg for mercy!
Only emptiness awaits.
Like OG Mario Party. Oh,
I don't think it's gonna work.
Gonna be epic!
Adventure time! Yeah.
Weak. Pathetic. Weak.
Let's light it up!
Absurd! The eye sweeps the lands. Shattered.
Shudder! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Leave the wounded to me!
Beg for mercy.
Inferior.
That's gonna hurt in the morning. I'm going in!
This body is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
Let's light it up! Shudder!
Inferior!
Final warning!
Crush! Let's light it up! Adventure time! Teamwork is dreamwork! That's gonna hurt in the morning!
Purge all obstacles!
Shudder!
Inferior!
Let's light it up!
Providing cover fire! Now!
Beg for mercy!
Witness the final illusion shattered.
Let's light it up! Adventure time! Let's light it up!
Inferior!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Eternity is in my hands!
Crush! Shine down! Everybody stand back!
Final warning. Let's keep going.
Flood of frost! Eye for an eye! Shudder!
Thunder!
Let's light it up!
Weak. Pathetic.
Crush!
Illusions are but distractions.
Fake for mercy! Teamwork is true! I condemn you!
Your verdict is decided.
Crush!
Absurd!
I'm going
Thunder!
in!
Without yearning, all returns to silence. This body is eternal.
Beg for mercy.
Engaging. I'm fine.
Perish.
Really?
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Shudder! Let's light it up!
Providing cover fire. Leave the wounded to me.
Witness the final illusion shattered. Purge all obstacles.
There is no
escape. Eternity is in my hands.
Off we go! Adventure time! Off we go! Beg for mercy!
There is no escape.
Shudder!
Perish.
Adventure time! Everybody stand!
Let's keep going, team.
Vengeance will be mine! Eye for an eye!
Only
emptiness away.
Let's light it up!
Inferior.
Why do they never miss?
Illusion shattered.
Weak. I'm going in!
Beg for mercy.
Crush. Inferior. The eye sweeps the lands. There is no escape. Shattered. Final warning.
Rack and ruin. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity. Shine down. Inferior. Inferior.
Adventure time. Let's light. Why do they never miss?
Is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
Everybody stand back.
Inferior.
Let's light it up.
Perish. Leave the wounded to me. Engaging.
Inferior. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Witness the final illusion shattered.
We go. Let's light it up.
Final war.
Everybody stand back.
Eternity is in my hands. There is no escape. Purge all obstacles.
Shudder.
There is no escape. Inferior.
Beg for mercy. Teamwork is
Let's keep going, team.
freeze to the core. I condemn you.
Crush. Only emptiness away.
Adventure time. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Shudder. Rack and ruin.
The eye sweeps the lands. Shine down. Shattered.
Engaging. Crush. Beg for mercy.
Strike dead. Inferior. Leave the wounded to me. Inferior. Lightning falls on the land of eternity. There is no escape.
I'm going in. Let's light it up.
This body is eternal.
Dreamwork!
Inferior!
Engaging! Beg for mercy! Ha! 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 Everybody stand back!
The final
Illusion
shattered!
Perish! Ha!
Inferior!
Let's light it up! Off we go!
Eternity is in my hands!
Adventure time! Crush!
Shine down!
Teamwork is great! Now's our chance! Vengeance will be mine! Shudder!
Youth, I'm...
That was a 3 million. That was a 3 million. That was a 3,700,000.
Providing cover fire! Huh?
Illusion shattered! Weak, pathetic!
Be gone! Let's light it up! I'm going in! That's gonna hurt in the... Huh?
Absurd! Illusions are but distractions!
Huh? Why do they never miss? Let's light it up!
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's keep going, team!
Flanking shadow.
Engaging! Keep your cool!
This body is eternal! Inferior!
Let's light it up! Beg for mercy! I'm going in! Providing cover fire! Shudder! Leave the wounded to me! Off we go! Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Witness the final shine down! Purge all obstacles!
I'm going in!
There is no escape!
Keep your cool!
Eternity is in my hands!
Beg for mercy!
Purge all obstacles!
Adventure time!
Perish!
More speed! Crush! Teamwork is... Let's keep going, team! Engaging! Flood of frost! I condemn you!
Youth, I'm here.
Adventure time! Yeah, I'm going in! Let's light it up!
Weak. pathetic.
Shudder!
Absurd!
Beg for mercy.
Illusions are but distractions.
Adventure time! Off we go! Adventure time! Shudder! Teamwork is final warning! Rack and ruin! Let's light it up! That's gonna hurt in the morning! Now's our chance!
Without yearning,
Adventure time!
all returns to silence. This body is eternal.
Perish! Yeah! I'm going in!
Inferior!
Beg for mercy!
Witness the final illusion shattered.
Let's light it up!
Inferior!
Go! Everybody stand back! Shudder! Ow!
Eternity is in my hands.
Adventure time! Beg for mercy!
Perish!
There is no escape! Going in! Let's keep going, team! Engaging! Freeze to the core! Eye for an eye!
Euthymia! Your verdict is decided. Lightning does not bend to the will of mortals.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Illusions are but distractions.
We go! Providing cover fire! Now!
Without yearning, all returns to silence. This body is eternal.
No escape! Yeah! Adventure time! Off we go! Let's light it up! Final warning! I'm going in! Adventure! Crush! Let's light it up!
Inferior!
Shudder! Let's keep going, team! Providing cover fire! Teamwork is dream!
Witness the final calamity!
Let's light it up! Yeah! Engaging!
Eternity
go.
is in my
Everybody
hands.
stand back! Beg for mercy.
Perish.
Vengeance, shudder.
Illusion shattered.
Let's light it up.
Purge all obstacles.
Beg for mercy. Going in.
Now's our chance.
Final. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. Shudder.
Only emptiness awaits.
Ready for trial. More speed.
Let it be known that divinity is mine.
Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
Insignificant past! Engaging! Leave the wounded to me!
for mercy.
My endless
Shine down.
begins!
Shudder.
Providing cover fire. Let's keep going, team.
Freeze to the core.
Eye for an eye.
Beg for mercy.
Feeble human!
Shudder.
You had your chance.
I am the all-knowing God! Burn to oblivion! Tremble! Reality is pain! Good riddance, cruel world.
Motion to compel.
Possible.
Leave the wounded to me. Engaging.
Crush. Vengeance will be mine. Beg for mercy.
I was destined for more. Let it be known that divinity is mine! Burn!
Crush. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Perish!
Freeze to the core. I condemn you. Beg for mercy.
A thousand eons, mine to dominate! Good riddance, cruel world.
Motion to compel.
There is no escape!
Not possible.
Shudder! Engaging! Now's our chance! Vengeance will be mine! Beg for mercy!
I can't lose it all again.
Gonna be epic!
Wait for the content. No.
If you're like me, you never get approached by girls unless they're selling cookies, and beyond that, unless you're really attractive, famous, or have a puppy, it's all on you to break the ice with someone. You might be thinking, wow, that sounds unfair, what kind of double standard is this? But remember, don't hate the player, hate the game. Which I do. The good news is that because it's hard, that means if you're good at it, you really have a big step up on the people who refuse to try. Remember, when you're approaching someone, if you're just not weird, you're doing better than 95% of people. But as they say, easier said than done. Let's say you see a girl at a bar and you want to go talk to her. You think, maybe I should walk by to see if I hear anything in the conversation that might imply she's single, or maybe I should get my friend to spill a drink on her friend so she'll be alone and I can swoop in. Ask yourself, what would a not weird person do? Probably go up to her and say, hey, I thought you were really cute, I wanted to come talk to you, what's your name? You probably won't catch a response the first time because you forgot to breathe and might be having an aneurysm. This is normal, just sit tight and wait for the alcohol to give you a personality. So what if you're at school or work and there's someone you have a big crush on, but you're worried about messing it up because you're still going to see them nearly every day? You might be thinking, I'll just play it cool, hope we get put in the same group at some point and I can scope it out. Or maybe I should just walk up to her and say she looks exactly like my really hot sister. Ask yourself, what would a not weird person do? That's right. Keep up the good work. Now, it's not a bad idea to have a few go-to openers if you're in the same environment all the time. I think pickup lines are pretty dumb because they're really just jokes. But if I'm in the gym, one of my go-tos is, damn, nice glutes, looking thick. Mind giving me a spot? Then when they say okay, I just say, thanks man, and take it from there. One of the keys of making a good first impression is if the other person thinks you're both similar. So saying something you think the other person will relate to is a great idea. If I'm in the bar on Slam Poetry Night for half-price beer, there's a lot of lingering anxiety and existential dread in the room that can only be expressed through metaphor and loose rhyme. So what I like to do to show I'm on the same page is sit next to someone and say, hi, I'm James, what's your name? Oh, nice to meet you, Hope. Oh man, this stool sure is flimsy. All we need now is a rope. On the same note, when I was taking engineering at university and I just wanted to make friends, my go-to icebreaker was sitting next to someone and saying, hey man, have you ever touched a woman's hand? Then they usually laugh nervously and I say, don't worry, me neither, and give them a high five. Then I say I think it would feel like that, but a bit softer. Sad times. At this point I wanted to mention that if you're a girl, every guy on earth would appreciate if you approached us first once in a while. Even if we aren't interested, it's really flattering because it almost never happens. In fact, in my entire life I've been asked out by as many gay guys as I have girls, which is 0. So what I'm saying is if I could get on the scoreboard in any way, that would be nice. Now, if you're going to approach someone, you might be thinking, what if I get rejected? That would really hurt my ego and lower my self-esteem. Well, is that really as bad as living with the regret of not doing anything and wondering what could have been? If you're as fragile as me, it definitely is, which is why I have a permanent arsenal of coping mechanisms on standby, and I avoid difficult situations. But with that said, you can't expect someone or something to just fall into your lap, so sometimes you have to remember that rejection is just part of life, and you might have to be a little bit courageous. Now, I think there's a fair bit of misunderstanding around what an introvert or extrovert actually is. And while introverts are most often portrayed as being shy and awkward, and extroverts as being charismatic and sociable, it isn't always the case. To give an example, most people think that stand-up comedians are all super extroverted because they go on stage in front of a whole crowd, but in practice, most of their time is spent writing, not performing. Even someone as famous as Louis C.K. has called himself an introvert, despite the fact that he's performed in front of what? A dozen women? So what does being introverted or extroverted actually mean? And the first thing is that you're not entirely one or the other. You're somewhere on a normal distribution or bell curve that runs from total introversion on one side to total extroversion on the other side, which means almost everyone is actually around the middle. You might have heard some people in this category call themselves ambiverted, but they're actually just average. Now, the simplest definition of the two extremes is that extroverts are energized by social interaction, while introverts are exhausted by it and prefer more time alone. Problem here is that it's easy to self-diagnose without comparing yourself to anyone, but it only really makes sense if you give a group of people a few dozen hypothetical situations and then rank order their responses relative to everyone else. So you're not way off at the end of the introvert spectrum just because you only rate your Uber driver 5 stars if he doesn't talk to you. You're probably just on a different sort of spectrum. So without quizzing you on every detail of your life, what are the signs that you're more introverted or extroverted? So extroverts tend to have a lot of acquaintances while introverts don't. This is of course because extroverts tend to meet more people, but also because they're more likely to say, "Oh boy, I'm not doing anything on Sunday, and I haven't seen Cindy for a month. I should ask her for coffee and I can see how her new job is going." Whereas an introvert is more likely to say, "Oh boy, I'm not doing anything on Sunday." Extroverts experience more positive emotion, or at least experience positive emotion more intensely. This means they're more enthusiastic and excitable. This is interesting because if you take something like a concert and control for drugs and alcohol, the people near the front will tend to be more extroverted, while people who are more introverted will be further away from the stage, like at home. So behaviorally, extroverts might seem to act first and think later, but I think a better description would be that extroverts tend to experience more and reflect less, while introverts experience less and reflect more. In a way, you could say the biggest fear of an introvert is losing their hearing, because then they couldn't listen, whereas the biggest fear of an extrovert would be losing their tongue, because then they couldn't eat ass. Now, you might wonder if your degree of introversion or extroversion changes as you get older, or if you're stuck how you are forever. And for things like how much positive emotion you experience, it doesn't look like that changes much. However, some people make the argument that the things that happen to you during your life can change the way you process emotions. I don't know for sure, but anecdotally, I have never experienced much positive emotion since the big accident. Being conceived. Ultimately, it's no better or worse to be introverted or extroverted as long as your behavior really is a preference and what you're doing with your time is meaningful to you. With that said, some extroverts might socialize to avoid personal development, and some introverts might like to have more friends than they do but are anxious or lack social skills. So whatever your disposition, you have to spend time with people and you have to spend time alone. So make sure you're not being avoidant or it can lead to some pretty big blind spots. For me, I remember back when Tinder first came out, my friends decided I had to go on at least one date just for the sake of it, because I didn't usually meet many new people. Now the thing is, I didn't have much sexual experience at the time. I mean, I still don't, but I didn't then either. So when I got a match eventually, I asked them out to a movie because I like watching movies and I thought that's what a date was. Now, what I didn't realize was that when you're watching a movie, you don't really see or interact with the other person at all the whole time. So we were just sitting there with each other in complete darkness, not saying a word as we ate from our own bag of popcorn. Then 2.5 hours later, when the movie ended and the house lights came on, we looked at each other and said, "Good movie, huh?" "Yeah, pretty good." And that was the whole date. So yeah, 5 stars. So be sure to check out the content on the other platforms, and all of the Casually Explained audio should now be available on CastBox if you'd like to give it a listen in an audio format.
So you want?
Maybe just spaghetti. Right off. Oh, fuck right off, Zen. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Had a good all in your life.
Pretty much close. I'm a Cali girl. How? You just I have an idea. Okay, let's go. I want the smoke. Good balls in your life. Sometimes, Zen, you think balls are funny? Every time I say sentence, you cry. Every time I say fucking nuts, Zen cries. That fucking nuts. Talking to you. Like,
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler! Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do,
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right,
Traveler? Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best, and the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted, but if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing! The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
I didn't from 98 coins out of my pocket.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Ha, ha, ha. I got a little nervous there. You guys are watching
You're
me.
fucked up.
Don't look, don't look. I promise, I promise. Okay, this is really unrealistic. What the fuck is happening here? That's mine. Alright, final shot, okay? Hold on, hold on.
Just be in the center.
Oh, am I flattened or not? Oh god. No. Nice ass bitch.